Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Emporia. We're here for the fourth and final round of the 2022 Dynamic Disc Open, presented by Dynamic Disc. The Emporia Country Club will again play host to our concluding round. Also, where we'll see in just a few months, the world champions will be crowned. Taking a look at Arcana, current conditions, temperature 50 degrees, the coolest we've seen of all of our mornings. Humidity 66%, and most importantly, just 6 miles per hour for the wind. This, among a huge check, is the incredible trophy found here at the Dynamic Disc Open, formerly known as the Glass Blown Open, and those beautiful glass blown trophies handed out year after year, a staple here in Emporia. Welcome in, everyone. Terry Miller, the disc golf guy, alongside four-time world champion and Hall of Famer Valarie Jenkins. And Val, pretty incredible day yesterday. Maybe a little bit of a roller coaster for some of our players.
Yeah, it was a brutal round. The wind was blowing so extreme, but there were just a few players that played very consistent. And even if you shot 5 over par in the round, you moved your way up to the leaderboard. So if that doesn't tell you something, but I think the extreme conditions yesterday were that was the moving day. That was your chance. Now you could see behind us, we have a beautiful day here in Emporia. Winds are down, the sun is out. I'm expecting to see our top players shred this course, get some redemption, and I expect it to be a great finish for all of our players.
Rarely would you think about the leader of a tournament taking 6 out-of-bounds strokes and still maintaining the lead in doing so. And this is exactly who I speak of, Kristen Tatar. She's had a roller coaster of a weekend. Started off a little bit slow over at the Jones Supreme course during round number 1. However, she has battled back.
And the way Kristen's rounds have been, she has been so consistent. She has shot near perfect rounds, and it was in round 2 where she got back to her normal Kristen play. Drives on point, putts on line.
That was for a birdie on hole number 14. And that repeatable form that she brings every single time to the course. So incredible. See the adjustment that she makes here on hole number 18. And that would go on to be a tap-in birdie. After 2 rounds at Jones Supreme, yesterday they came over here to the Emporia Country Club. Somehow the winds were up even more than in the first 2 rounds. Didn't stop her from making the long putt in circle 2 there. Here she is on the brand new hole number 10.
You can make strokes up on the field just by throwing this drive inbounds, and she did just that.
She picked up ground even with a par on that hole. And there's the long birdie again from circle 2. And anytime she comes back after a major, it seems like it has lit a fire under her. Last year, after the World Championships, she rattled off 4 out of 5 wins after she came short at the Worlds. She had a little bit of a struggle there, but then came back strong, taking 4 of the next 5 events. She came up short a few weeks ago at the Champions Cup, and then last weekend took it down in Jonesboro and is in great position here today. Thanks to our friends at Paragon, you're seeing the notable statistics there. What you can take away from there is she's leading in strokes gained from tee to green, but not in any other category. It's just an overall consistency that's put her at the top.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Emporia Country Club and final round action of the Dynamic Discs Open. 9:04 tee time, our FPO chase card. Teeing off first from Pensacola, Florida, sponsored by Discraft, 4-time Dynamic Disc Open champion and 5-time world champion, Paige Pierce. From Indian Trail, North Carolina, sponsored by Innova, the defending Dynamic Disc Open champion, Haley King.
Let's go. Yeah, I took the cash, bro. I put in more time, more grind, no line. I didn't take the fast, bro. Let's go. Pick it up, no crime, no crime, no crime. I didn't ask for hand.
From Seattle, Washington, sponsored by Discmania, Ella Hansen. And from Universal City, Texas, sponsored by Discraft, Alexis Mandujano. Good luck today, ladies. Thank you so much for being in Emporia for the Dynamic Discs Open. Next team.
Now we're going to take a look at our course close-up thanks to UDisc, the Emporia Country Club, established 2015 thanks to EMAC and the rest of the crew here in Emporia. Also the host of the 2016 Pro Worlds, and as I mentioned earlier, the 2022 Pro Worlds. It's a par 69 layout, 9,800 feet, and so far the longest course that we'll see on tour here in 2022. Make sure you head over to UDisc. Discover over 13,000 courses. UDisc, the app for disc golfers. Find it in your favorite app store. Looks like the best spot in the house there, Val.
I don't know. I beg to differ. We've got a pretty good seat right here. Front row to all the action.
And we even have the drone angle, which we'll be able to provide to you a little more today. The drone not working quite as hard, fighting against the wind as it has been the last few days. Big props to Ella. Not only a couple of great shots, but she got the crew there to cue up the music to the drum hit in the air tonight by Phil Collins. That's a pro move, because usually many songs start off kind of slow and then get into it. Somehow she got them to cue it to just the right spot.
Yeah, I was doing the air drums here in the booth. And another props to Ella. She was the only player in the division to shoot under par in yesterday's round. She shot a 1 under, and currently she's 1 stroke back of that big tie for third. We see Valarie, Paige, and Haley all tied up.
And Alexis Mandujano pushing to the right side of the fairway after finding OB left on her initial tee shot. And we're getting word this is actually called Kansas Calm. This is the 5 to 10, maybe even 15. We might see it today, but this is considered calm here in Emporia, and I know they'll take it.
And what we've seen in the previous days, those flags are just completely horizontal. I mean, it's like frozen flag. The wind has been so strong.
Great second shot by Paige Pierce.
Yeah.
And if you're joining us on YouTube, it's great to have you here. You've missed out, though, on the previous exclusive 3 rounds found on Disc Golf Network. Make sure you get yourself signed up so you can check out all of the remaining action here in 2022. We've got Elite Series events. We have also the Silver Series. And, of course, 3 more PDGA majors coming at you. Multiple skips as a result of the low drive there by Haley King, utilizing the short grass found in the fairway.
We start off this course with a par 5 at 1 foot short of 1,000 feet, 999 to get to the pin, OB lining both sides of the fairway. And then there's a little cutout near the basket on the left-hand side, so it starts to narrow in as you get closer to the green. You can see how treacherous this can be if the wind picks up. There's just so much open space on this course. It's important to keep the disc nice and low, nice and flat, because with those golf fairways, you do get a lot of skips.
And that will push over to the right side, but remain inbounds. We're fortunate enough to have Brian Earhart out there on the course. And Brian, today we might be able to actually hear you. The winds are down, we're seeing.
Way down today, and it's actually a really nice wind. A lot of these holes are going to be made easier because of the wind. We could see a lot of shakeup on the cards before the lead.
And I'm looking down on the 3rd card, just a stroke or 2 back. So we could see a lot of movement and a lot of people vying for those positions to get into the podium spot.
Hansen with her 3rd. Skipping just in front of the basket. That's going to keep her inside the circle, trying to pick up a birdie on hole number 1. And Brian, as you're talking about the winds that might be favorable today out there, what direction is it blowing, and are there any other notable holes where you think it'll be a huge advantage?
Yeah, actually quite a few. So it's the same direction as usual out here at Emporia. We have a tailwind at hole 1. And actually quite a few holes. Hole number 2 actually gives you a helping crosswind rather than one that's going to send you way off to the right. There's quite a few holes that are going to add distance for some of the players that don't have that elite level, which is going to make this course kind of a great equalizer today. I think anyone has a chance to shoot hot.
Appreciate the insight. Yeah, as you're saying on hole number 2, I think I had a couple more holes. The long one that we have now on hole number 4 that bends from left to right, that also will be a crosswind that should come to their advantage. Hole 7, maybe the one hole out there specifically that I think will be tough. 7 and 1 somewhat parallel each other, and as 7 comes back to the clubhouse, that means it'll be more of a headwind. But otherwise, quite a few holes it can help out with. Taking advantage of seeing our Estonian superstar here. Giving a quick autograph before we get started. I saw 11 other Estonian competitors that were taking in the block party and enjoying themselves last night. They have a place just across the street, and I've also been told that they were out here helping get the course set up and just really making this a full experience as they are here for a few more days. Ella Hansen not able to convert. They told me they're going to be flying out of Chicago in a couple of days, and they're looking for the right courses to hit between here and Chicago, which is about a 9-hour drive, so trying to get in as much golf as possible. Great start for the 5-time world champion Paige Pierce, picking up the birdie on 1. Everybody cleaning up the short putts here on 1. Haley King making quick work of the 1,000-foot hole. We've got your lead card action coming on the other side of this commercial break. We'll be right back. The Dynamic Disc Open is brought to you by Dynamic Discs. Be dynamic.
Whether you know it or not, you have a brand, and we have discs. Let's put them together and make something really cool. We've got plenty of discs and are ready to stamp or Dymax them however you'd like.
Isn't it expensive?
Well, guy who asks convenient questions, at Dynamic Discs you can see what's available and fill out the form to see what it'll cost you before you even order. Sometimes I fill it out just for fun, because you can watch the numbers go. Anyways, head to dynamicdiscs.com/custom to place your custom order and grow your brand, whatever that is.
Fierce and passion, like those are the two things that I am on the course. You hit a tree, scramble. Get back in the circle, get a par.
It's a birdie, look, but it's a long one. What a make.
Don't forget about me, I'm here. I'm here and I'm staying for a while.
Whose sandwich is that?
Well, I found it in the fridge and it didn't have any markings or ink
That's
on it.
my sandwich.
Well, why didn't you mark it?
I did, see?
How do I know it's your sandwich if there's no PDGA number on it?
Check the bottom slice of bread. Anyways, don't you have a sandwich of your own?
I did, but I lost it in the water.
What water? Give me my sandwich, you're sleeping on the couch tonight.
But the RV doesn't have a couch. Val! Val!
Details are everything when you're at the top of your craft. Step up to my lie with good footing. I settle into my motion. My grip is firm but comfortable. Release my arm up. The release needs to pop. Focusing on what I'm going to do without any consequences. My craft is in the details because details are the difference.
And welcome back. Feels like we're going to roll it back, starting at the basket and heading all the way back to the tee of hole number 1.
And this is live right now. Here's the crowds we've got on hole 1. It's going to continue to grow throughout the day. And if you are in need of a new disc golf soundtrack, I hope you're taking notes on what these players are using to pump themselves up on the tee.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Emporia Country Club and final round action of the Dynamic Discs Open. Our FPO lead card, 9:20 tee time. Teeing off first from Parnu, Estonia, sponsored by Latitude 64, the 2019 U.S. Women's Champion, Kristen Tatar. From Sioux Falls, South Dakota, sponsored by PDGA, 4-time Dynamic Disc Open champion and 2-time world champion, Katrina Allen. From Ninnica, Oklahoma, sponsored by Innova, Emily Beach. And from Universal City, Texas, sponsored by Dynamic Discs, the 2022 Waco champion, Valarie Mandujano. Good luck, ladies. Have fun out there and enjoy your time. Thank you for being here at the Dynamic Disc Open in Emporia. Next tee time.
Valarie Mandujano. A little too much there. Now we rejoin Ella Hansen on the tee of 2. And covering more space than any other player is Ella Hansen. That is a crushing roller.
She is just going to have an easy chip under the pin for her birdie. Wow. We know Ella can throw far, but I got to see those rollers in person out at Portland Open when they played on a golf course, and you could really use that to your advantage. The grass is cut so low on these golf courses, and those rollers just can go for days. But you got to know how to control them too, and that's the most challenging part of throwing a roller.
although out of bounds, looks like she'll have a relatively open third shot.
Hey, are you guys good with this part? Yep.
Confirming with her card mates that she's up to throw next.
And we are always talking about how many courses there are in Emporia. And Valerie's shot actually throwing over the road skipped to another course that's just across the street, a 9-hole course, Hammond Park. That is how saturated this town is with disc golf.
Inbounds, nice recovery shot. That looks pulled into the right side. Certainly going to be obstructed for Pierce's third. Here's Haley King. I believe that was actually Haley's third as well. I think she was in one of the trees and had to pitch to that position. Emily, along with her caddy, Kyle. A few moments ago, we also saw Valarie Mundahano, along with her significant other, Mason Ford, fellow sponsored dynamic disc player. I believe I was first introduced to Emily Beach after a solid performance at this very event a few years ago. Plenty of power. And in fact, I was just racking my brain, Val, if there's any left-handed FPO players that throw farther than her. And if so, they're not coming to mind immediately.
And Emily's also from Oklahoma. So being in the Midwest, you know how to play disc golf in the wind, or you better learn pretty quickly. So distance and wind control, that will really pay off when you're playing in the springtime, these big events.
And believe it or not, I didn't know that was coming. Emily Beach, yes, 2018 is when we saw her on the lead card here in Emporia. It was previously called the Glass Blown Open. Out here competing at Peter Pan Park, one of the many courses, as you were just referencing, Val. And no problem from Circle's Edge there. Taking somewhat of an alternative route on that hole. That one not being too lefty friendly, however, she made it work. As you just said, from Oklahoma. You want to guess at that?
Ninnicat.
Yeah, I'll go with that. Currently rated 939, and her highest DGPT finish, 8th at the Music City Open just a few weeks ago.
And you were talking about, having a caddy by your side. And for Emily, still learning and getting that experience playing in the spotlight and playing on lead cards, it's comforting to have somebody by your side and on your team to kind of calm you down through each shot, keep you focused.
And Valarie focused and dialed for that approach shot. Let's take another look. Playing slightly downhill. Doing a nice skip forward and checking up just outside of the bullseye. Great control.
Although wind isn't going to be as strong compared to the last 3 days, on a course like this, for these upshots, the players need to be aware of what kind of wind condition they want on their putts. Do they want a tailwind, crosswind? There's not too many of them that favor a headwind, but keeping the disc close to the basket on upshots is really going to pay off. Stats for this hole are just across the board pretty even, about 30% in each of the categories: under par, par, and bogey or worse.
And speaking of lefties, Brian Earhart, who's out on the course, a lefty thrower. Brian, I know you make up, what, about 5% of the population in terms of being left-handed, so do you feel like this course is to an advantage if you're righty or lefty?
You know, Terry, I feel like if you go through each tee shot on the course, it's fairly balanced. I think McCabe did a very good job at that. The first thing that I will say, though, as a left-handed player on this course, the first 5 tee shots of the course are much more swayed in favor of left-handed players. Scooping it inbounds on hole 1, being able to do the same thing on hole 2, and you can really keep moving through the course, throwing that lefty power hyzer on the first 5 holes. So it's a nice way to start off the course, so she at least has that going for her.
Thank you for the insight. Here's Ella Hansen. We saw the huge roller drive. Just a little chip, as you said, Val. Gave that one too much power, though, as well.
So hearing Brian talk about the left-hand shots, think of the advantage that our players have that can throw those power sidearms. I mean, Ella Hansen's very good at them off the tee. We know Kristen Tatar relies heavily on the sidearm shot. For many of these holes, the baskets are tucked around corners that do force you to throw those types of shots.
Emily will have to settle for a par here in the opening hole of the final round. Kristen, very short, makeable putt. That looked high and on the left side, or maybe just a little off of center. So Kristen not able to take advantage of the opportunity for birdie. With the penalty stroke added to the scorecard, Val will still walk away with the par. She's got to feel pretty happy that it looks like she may only lose 1 to her card mates, assuming Katrina Allen converts for birdie here.
Katrina had the second best round of the field yesterday at even par. She absolutely shredded it. She was making putts all over the place where other players couldn't even think about it. I mean, it was so gusty, and Kat played it on another level.
And Ella Hansen still converts on the birdie look, and she's one down. Paige Pierce trying to crawl in and get into position. She's going to remove the hat, and this is for bogey for Pierce. I don't think we're going to see the patented flip either. Somewhat of a shortened version of that. Taking a look, Kristen Tatar, 3-stroke lead now to Katrina Allen. And with the honors, Kat, tee of hole 2.
Tree right in the center of the fairway provides the obstacle and makes the players choose which path they're going to go down. And it's right at the end of the flight. So Kristen carrying it out, bringing out of bounds on the left into play. She had to push it just a little bit farther to clear. But you can go to the left or the right.
Easily clearing the tree. See Paul Macbeth along with Estonian Katie Tati, Kristen's daughter, and MMA fighter and superstar Julian Marquez. Some star power out there taking in the action. Early FPO goings here. Pierce, tee of 3. She'll have a long look at an eagle on the downhill, hole number 3. And if you want to be like Paul Macbeth or Julian or any of the others, you can come out and watch in person. dgpt.com/tickets. I'm not sure if Paul had to pick up a ticket. He's not this after. Never mind. All right. Either way, check out dgpt.com/tickets. Each and every event has a limited amount of tickets that can be purchased. Of course, we're glad you're here watching on the Disc Golf Network or possibly even on YouTube today, but getting out and being in person, much easier to get an autograph that way.
We're going to take a flyover of hole 2. A dead grass on the left, that is our out of bounds, and it runs the entire left-hand side. There is out of bounds far on the right-hand side. It goes to the other property next door. But choosing that left-hand route, if you land on the left-hand side of the fairway, you have a more open look. We saw where Ella landed along that tree line, and that forces you to throw a sidearm or an Anheuser upshot to the basket. Par 4, 582 feet.
Short right side for Valarie. Back with Ella Hansen. Solid approach shot, giving her a look at birdie. Ella trying to go back-to-back birdies on 2 and 3.
Hole 2 is a very attackable par 4. The drive is important, but getting the second shot near the pin and giving yourself an opportunity to get birdie is crucial.
As if she were listening to you, Val. Perfect shot there by Katrina Allen. They missed on the knuckles, but came back and got it. See Austin Hannum on the bag for Cat. Also Silver Lot out there. Thanks to our friends at Bushnell, seeing 287 to the pin. And Kristen has an answer.
It just looks so easy for Kristen to throw those shots. She knows what to do, steps up, and confidently crushes it.
Well, if you want to know how far you're throwing or how far you'd like to throw, maybe pick up a Bushnell Sport rangefinder. Bushnell Disc, a huge supporter of all of us here on the Disc Golf Network and the Disc Golf Pro Tour. Also, your presenting sponsor of the PDGA Major just a few weeks ago. Thank you, Bushnell Disc. That's off on the right-hand side. That looks similar to where we saw Paige Pierce. What is it like on the green up there, Brian? Talk about how close maybe those trees and bushes are to that basket.
Yeah, Emily definitely put her short right. She's going to have a little bit of an obstructed putt just on the edge of the circle, it looks like from here.
We'll head over to the tee of number 4, Ella Hansen. That is a huge drive yet again. I feel like just hit copy and paste what we're saying about Ella Hansen. Great drive. Should be a relatively easy up and down if she wants to pick up yet another birdie. Just as Brian had called it, obstructed for Emily. And the lefty will have to settle for par here on hole number 2.
And although Emily and Valarie are losing strokes to their card mates, maybe they're not the closest competition. It's the rear view mirror they got to be paying attention to. The second and the third card, they are creeping in. So if they want to maintain the podium spot, they need to get those upshots a little closer.
Valarie is in for the par. Just a pair of routine tap-ins, both for birdie, coming from Kristen and Katrina. Kristen will maintain her 3-stroke lead. We're heading into the 3rd hole. Emily Beach taps in for par. We'll be right back. You're watching live disc golf on DGN.
The Destroyer is essential on tour. One of the most versatile distance drivers in Innova's lineup. The new Halo plastic is probably the prettiest plastic that Innova has in their lineup. It makes for a really cool disc to bag. Very confident in throwing the Destroyer and keeping it in bounds at far ranges.
Earlier, we saw the drive by Ella Hansen. Here's her 2nd shot, hole number 4. See a little frustration there. Now her 3rd. And that also short. Ella's a little tentative after going so deep on her 2nd approach shot back there on hole number 2, but back-to-back short approaches there by Ella Hansen on what should be a very easy birdie 3 for her. But now we're on the tee of 3. Katrina Allen picking up birdies on 1 and 2. 3 back of Tatar.
OB lining this fairway, and it narrows into a point right behind the pin. So once you get closer to the basket, the out-of-bounds lines are about 30 feet away. Kristen gets hung up by the tree but stays safe. Have the distance, there is an eagle possibility.
That's going to be pin high. That'll be a long look for eagle, but a look nonetheless. This hole sets up great for a left-handed power thrower like Emily. Here's Valarie Mundahano. Valarie also will have a long look at eagle. We'll see how aggressive she wants to be to the downhill sloped green of hole number 3. And we have Paige Pierce with her 2nd shot on 4. Paige picked up birdies on both 1 and 3. And looks like she should be picking up another one on hole number 4. Incredible approach shot by Pierce. Cat Murch. That is for a birdie on hole number 5. Trying to melt away the snowman she took on the previous hole.
Got a crosswind, left, right. Kristen's going to have to bring this out wide over the out of bounds. would be to get to the basket. She keeps it inside, and she's going to end up short.
And speaking of short, we saw 2 short approaches by Ella Hansen. And very disappointing par for Ella Hansen.
Hole 3 plays as a pretty easy par 4. And we have our players throwing, 300, 350-foot drives to be putting for an eagle. So even if you did go out of bounds off of the tee, you could still save par. But we would expect our players to be running this for birdie. Today, it's about 50-50. Under par and par.
As I'm looking at our scoreboard, should I say maybe, on the bottom right-hand side of your screen, looks a little more, we'll say, common in that we now see Kristen Tatar, Katrina Allen, and Paige Pierce all on it. We have not seen that so much over the last couple of tournaments even, with the way that we've had the parity within the FPO division. Paige Pierce, Katrina Allen, all playing catch-up to Kristen Tatar this weekend. And it wasn't the case after round number 1. Kristen, remember, had a very rough go herself in round 1. She found herself way back in 22nd place after the first round, and then battled hard in rounds 2 and 3 to take the lead. The OB sidewalk, which Emily Beach has found. She'll take her next putt 1 meter in from there. Meanwhile, Paige Pierce, tee of hole number 5.
And you mentioned the work that these players have had to do. Kristen Tatar moving up 21 spots in round 2. Katrina Allen and Paige did their work in round 3. Katrina moving up 14 spots and Paige moving up 6. So it has not been consistent for these players, and everyone has had their struggles and their glory. And in a tournament like this, it's who can endure the most, who is going to keep their mind focused on what they need to do, regardless of maybe some bumps in the road that may occur.
Incredible effort with the extended stretch there by Kristen Tatar, however, coming up short and leaving the birdie opportunity, well, just out of reach. Emily now needs this to save the par. That is a solid putt. However, a missed opportunity after such a long drive to walk away with the par. Very disappointing.
She was just trying to make the OTB shot of the day, I think, with the only eagle on this hole.
Katrina Allen doing some work, picking up the first 3 birdies out here in the final round. Just like that, Katrina Allen has trimmed the initial deficit of 4 down to 2. Back with Paige Pierce and her second shot on 5. That'll leave her with a short look at birdie. Val, why don't you tell us what we need to do? These are your keys thanks to blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
Well, my keys this week were really focused about driving. First off, with a lot of wind, you have to be aware of the angle that you're releasing on and making sure you're choosing the right discs when you're throwing out in these crazy conditions. Number 2, shot commitment. Whether you're on Jones or you're out here at the country club, there's so much out of bounds. So you have to know your game plan, know your skill level, and stick to what you know that you can hit and stay in bounds. Number 3 was fairway hits. I thought that was going to be the highest statistic on UDisc, and the most important thing, making sure you're landing in bounds, because every single hole has danger.
And Ella Hansen with her second shot. Jump over to her lead card. Katrina Allen in full control. Again, 3 birdies to start her round today. Going for a 4th. I'm going to throw it out to Brian on the ground. Brian, this is a new hole this year. They're playing to an entirely different pin position. Is there any significant danger that they have to worry about? Where's the ideal landing zone on this one?
I mean, ideally, anything over this creek middle section, kind of similar to where Katrina landed or Valarie, gives you a pretty simple upshot to the basket. So it's really just get the distance, don't push it too far right. There's only really one tree on the right side to obstruct you, so it's pretty wide open green space here. Just put it in play.
That's exactly what Kristen Tatar has done. Shape of the hole does set up well for Emily. And 4 clean drives for our lead card. Back with Pierce. And with the exception of the brief hiccup on hole 2, Paige Pierce is out here doing work today. That is her 4th birdie. And Ella Hansen picks up her 3rd. So the chase card is doing just that. I know you've been talking about that, Val. Looks to be true, and here we are taking a quick look at the flyover on hole 4.
So in previous years, we actually saw the pin on the left-hand side of our screen nestled in those trees. But now this year, it takes a right turn. That sponsor wall is a marked area that's out of bounds. There's also out of bounds behind the pin if you roll down the hill. It's all about the second shot here, and we see some players on the left-hand side of the fairway, others going off to the right where you can actually see the pin and it's more of a straight shot. On the left, it could bring the out of bounds into play.
Very tight green here on hole number 6. I believe that's going to be marked as out of bounds for Pierce.
On the left, you see that there's that hillside, so Katrina's going to try and throw around that rather than going up and over. Does it have the distance?
It certainly does. Katrina Allen trying to keep the birdie train rolling, looking for her 4th in a row.
And we're only just 4 holes in with our lead card. Yes, we're on hole 6 with our chase card. I think this is more birdies right now that we're seeing than we did all of yesterday. opportunity to score is high in these pristine conditions.
Kristen Tatar lands just inside the circle. She'll have a downhill look at her birdie. And now trying to fight off the charging Katrina Allen.
And thanks to Statmando, they actually said that Katrina Allen has never, coming into the last round with a 4-stroke deficit, she has never been able to make up those 4 strokes to take down the win. So Katrina looking to change those stats today, hunting it down.
Easy approach for Emily Beach, also inside the circle. Emily thus far with 3 pars. Trying to add some glue to her scorecard on UDisc. I'm ready for a throw-in, Val. Maybe we'll get one on a hole later, though.
Yeah, I think we've been spoiled in the first 2 rounds. There's been so much excitement and big throw-ins. Amazing shot in the first round. Spoiler alert. I'm not going to tell you who it was, but we had an awesome eagle out at the Supreme Course.
Looks like Paige did have enough room. I've been told this green is very, very protected and tight. And Pierce, a full send and full commitment, not able to capitalize on the birdie luck.
We're always ready to fist bump.
And one of our other incredible course commentators and correspondents is out there on the bag this time. That's Nate Perkins walking along with Paige Pierce. Maybe we should hand him a microphone as well so that we can find out all the insights from the chase card. Kristen for birdie. Val, I have to say, not necessarily an easy putt, but very surprised to see her not draw medal.
I am too, Terry. That was a typical Kristen Tatar putt. Slightly downhill. She's usually dead center on those.
Emily will remain birdie free. Back-to-back birdies now for Valarie, picking him up on holes 3 and 4. We'll keep her tied for 4th. As the stats continue to change around along with the scores, we actually now see Valarie tie for 3rd. But Kristen Tatar off to a very slow start, just 1 under through the first 4. This woman, Katrina Allen, looking to go 4 for 4. And she converts. Katrina Allen on a roll here today. Take a quick look at what she's doing to erase that deficit. She's now within 1 of Kristen Tatar. The approach shot on hole number 2, parked. Well inside the circle on hole number 3. She converts that for birdie. And just moments ago, taking a look at the approach here on hole number 4. making very light work of the first 4 holes out here at the country club.
And we talked a bit about it yesterday, Terry, but there is this dynamic of what it's like to come into a round having the lead as opposed to being a player where you know how many strokes you have to make up. And for Katrina, there is an advantage to be a couple strokes back and to know from hole 1 you just have to put your foot on the gas and go to work. You know you have to chase somebody down. Whereas Kristen Tatar, she's in a strange situation where maybe she feels like she has to maintain. But we could see her start to light it up now that she knows Katrina is closing in.
Another great drive by Katrina Allen. Valarie follows that up with a great drive of her own. A different approach and seeing the forehand off the tee by Kristen. Emily's got her game plan. We're going to see big booming hyzer. And the lead card continues on. We're going to take a look. Here's a patented Katrina Allen drive. Such unique form and stance as she runs up and approaches the tee. If you have something unique or original, something you'd like to protect, some intellectual property, reach out to our friends over at Sunstein Law. Logos, patents, copyrights, whatever it might be, Sunstein Law, they're your partner here that you should team up with. We've teamed up with them on the Disc Golf Pro Tour and the Disc Golf Network. Thank you so much to Sunstein. We're going to jump ahead. Looks like the green of 7. Not too far from the tee of 1. And Missy Gannon working hard, but will walk away with the par 4. Yesterday, in fact, Ella Hansen put a $100 bounty on a birdie on that hole. That's how difficult hole number 7 was playing. And she's the longest thrower in the division. Great shot by Pierce. As you said, Val, Kristen now can certainly hear the footsteps of Katrina Allen. So you have to get it going. Very makeable putt from behind the basket for Kristen. That'll be for birdie. Brian's out on the ground, and Brian, watching this provides so much more excitement, I feel like, today, because it feels like they're playing the golf as it's intended. You feel the same?
Oh, absolutely, Terry. I mean, when you're playing in those types of winds like they did yesterday, I believe for the MPO, 11 over par was playing 1,000 rated at one point. You're just trying to survive at that point. It doesn't really matter what your game plan is. You have to keep it in bounds and roll with the punches too, because we saw some incredibly bad luck yesterday. Today, they're all hungry to score. They finally get to play some disc golf, and we're already seeing it.
Good call. And Val, you're taking a look at UDisc from yesterday. Talk about the scoring from yesterday compared to today's round so far in the early goings.
Yeah, it's unbelievable looking at just these first few holes and the difference between them. mean, it's almost like a wall of blue today, and just a lot of pars, some bogeys out of yesterday's round with that wind.
What I think is maybe one of the most stark contrasts that we see from yesterday, Emily Beach picked up birdies on 2, 3, and 4 in those windy conditions. Today, she parred all 3 of those holes. So something a little off for Emily Beach yesterday to today.
And these first 5 holes on this course, we start with a par 5, and then the rest of the holes are par 4s. So think about what we always talk about with Katrina. Fairway hits. She can long distance be just so accurate to the pin, and that is truly what's paying off. With these second shots, she's keeping it close to the basket and just easy drop-ins.
Well, we're going to take a look at the 10-10 disc hot rounds of the day. Katrina Allen, as we saw, 4 under through the first 4. 2 under is the next hottest round thus far. And Emily looking like another par. And with each one of those, she is losing ground, not only to the card, but also to all of the other competitors, as you mentioned, Val, that are chasing from cards 2 and 3. Par was phenomenal yesterday. It's not going to cut it today.
These are our more scoreable holes to start out the round, and the middle section of this course gets even more difficult.
And just flopping out, unfortunately for Val. And Kristen will not lose a stroke to Katrina Allen. Here on 5. She collects her birdie. Kristen moves to 2 under for the round. And Katrina Allen, 5 for 5, a perfect start. Emily Beach, a very slow start, and Valarie will tap in for her par. We've got more golf coming on the other side of this commercial break. We'll be right back.
I would recommend the Envy to every single person that plays disc golf.
This is such a good throwing putter.
If you don't have an Envy in your bag, I don't know what you're doing.
The Envy is one of the most pure, straight flying putters.
Comes out clean, can handle power, it can handle touch. It's just very versatile.
It holds any line that you're really putting it on. It's so good. So good! It's so good.
Hello, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite.
Welcome back. Tee of hole number 6 with Katrina Allen. And Katrina Allen looking to make it 6-4-6. What an incredible start here in the final round. Kristen Tatar to follow that up. And not nearly as close as Katrina Allen. She's in circle 2. And she's going to need to make that long putt. Otherwise, she will find herself tied with Katrina. It is short for Val. And Brian, can you tell us, is Val safe on that short left side?
No, Val is going to be out of bounds, Terry. That was an unfortunate shot. Wind kind of picked it up and threw it into the tree and stuck out of bounds.
All right, and seeing Emily Beach throwing that one almost directly into the ground. She's going to have a very long approach. We're going to roll the Zuka replay, take another look at Katrina Allen. Perfect position. Forward skip and roll. Katrina Allen looks unstoppable at the moment.
And she hit the line perfectly, keeping it out to the right, allowing the breeze to bring the disc back, but keeping it plenty safe. She is just on point with these drives. So although we think about this course as a distance thrower's kind of paradise, you still have to hit the target, get into those perfect landing zones, but be able to just be accurate with every shot that you throw. Distance can get you pretty far, in quotes, but being down the middle of the fairway is really what's going to pay off.
And that approach shot is going to pay off. Nicely done by Emily Beach.
It is like day and night comparing what we have today and the conditions that the players were dealing with yesterday. I mean, it made this course just seem so treacherous, so difficult, you know, and I couldn't help think about what it's going to be like for the World Championships and to see the stroke swings on any given hole. But today it feels like that more typical golf. Players have those chances to attack the pin without having to worry about too much of what the wind's going to do.
Valarie looking like a bogey here on 6 after the penalty stroke. She'll collect. And I was about to ask Brian if this is obstructed, and I think Kristen's pacing back and forth tells us everything we need to know, and then ultimately just stands there and lays up next to the pin, not trying to give it an aggressive run and bring that tree into play. Kristen Tatar, who's sitting 2 under, will be all knotted up with Katrina Allen after 6 holes.
And we have yet to see a birdie on this hole until Katrina Allen steps up to it.
The lone birdie, and it couldn't have come at a better time for Katrina Allen, the only one on the day. Katrina Allen does know how to win at this course. We're going to take a little flashback. A couple of years ago, 2019, putting it onto the island on hole number 16. Her and Paige Pierce were battling. After a healthy conversation, I believe, took place with regard to that landing of just off the island. And then Katrina Allen stepping up to hole 18. And taking it down. A classic Katrina Paige Pierce battle. And as of late, it's been Katrina Allen and Paige Pierce both battling with Kristen Tatar. And now a mistake here made by Katrina Allen.
And this could put an end to her birdie streak. As we were mentioning earlier, we haven't seen anyone in the field get a birdie on hole 7. This is the bounty hole that Ella Hansen put up the money.
And Kristen not able to take full advantage of the opportunity, getting caught up early. Emily with the best drive thus far. Also a great drive there by Valarie Mondahano. We're going to take an overview, or an underview in this case, of our VII-sponsored hole number 7, also brought to us by our friends at Diameter Apparel. Val, what are they trying to do?
Well, I think the limiting factor for these players is they can't get a ton of distance off of the tee pad because they have to hit that tunnel. There's low ceiling off the tee, so that takes away the distance that they can get from their very first shot on this hole. They're trying to recover with their second shot to get it near the pin, but it's just tough to get inside circle 2 from way back.
And after the initial drive by Kat, she certainly would be content to walk away from hole 7 with a par. She'll still have some work to do.
We have out of bounds lining this fairway and behind the pin. And then as you get closer to the basket, there's more trees guarding, and it creates a lower ceiling as the discs start to approach. Kristen's bringing in that tree line on the left-hand side into play.
As they are moving into position, we've seen Katrina start out so solid here, getting 6 for 6. I want to throw it out to you, Brian. What does that mean when we're seeing our 2-time world champion? What are some of the thoughts and maybe what she's putting together here to make this run that she's started out with here in the final round?
Terry, I think this is just some of the most exciting disc golf you can see. You have Katrina with a few stroke deficit to start the round. She has nothing to lose. And when you start a tournament, of course, the mindset of it's you versus the course comes into play. But as you get closer to the end, you realize there's only one person to beat. So now it's Katrina versus Kristen. Energy is kind of fluctuating back and forth. You see Kristen make a couple of elementary errors in the beginning, and it only feeds Katrina's momentum. So it's going to be a really exciting day today.
Paige Pierce holding her breath for a moment, but that's going to check up and be inbounds on the tee of hole number 8. Plenty of OB to follow, though, in the second and third shots. We'll see if she remains clean. Here's Valarie with her second on hole number 7.
I think that tree kick helped a little bit. Bounced her off to the right, and now it should be a wide open look to the pin.
Hole 7 currently playing as the 4th most difficult, averaging 4.57. We've had 21 FPO competitors come through, 0 birdies, 52% of the field taking the par. So you're gaining strokes on half of the field if you just walk away with a 4. Kat will have work to get that par. She's going to be deep in circle 2. So far, every putt we've seen her make has been inside the circle or has been an all but drop in for her. So this will be the first test to see if that medium to long range putter and that putting stroke is warmed up and ready to go. Pierce, left side of fairway on 8. The blind second shot. The spotter is watching it. I like the speed on this, and that's going to check up right in the middle of the fairway. Paige Pierce, 2 perfect shots on 8. And speaking of good tree kicks, that one was certainly more favorable than not.
I'm wondering if Kristen is questioning the sidearm. I know it was the appropriate throw to avoid the tree on her left, but there's more obstacles on that left-hand side, and there's just less space to work that sidearm. Maybe a simple hyzer would have been enough.
We just know she's so comfortable with the forehand. Exactly as you laid it out, it seems to someone that's more backhand dominant like yourself or myself, that feels like it would be. We just know she's so comfortable. Either way, she's got a little work to do to save the par. Now, back with Paige Pierce. She's on 8, and she's 8 back of our co-leaders. Very makeable putt for Pierce.
And I think this story has been told for hole 7. No one has been able to score on it. We'll see what happens in the World Championships, but that distance from the tee to the basket and the difficulty of the green is just tough for our players to get it close for these birdie putts.
And I guess there's the answer to my question as to whether or not she's got the long range putter, not wanting to take any chances. Katrina Allen just pitching it under the basket. Her birdie train will end and abruptly run into the bogey. Our leaders will remain tied, both of them taking bogeys here on hole number 7. Gaining ground with the par is Valarie Mondahano. She remains 1 under for the round.
Emily Beach is keeping her streak alive. Continuing with pars.
That is 7 of them to start her final round. This will be the first time that Kristen Tatar nor Katrina Allen will have the T-pad honors this round. We'll move over to the other side of the country club to tee on 8, and that's where we see Ella Hansen. Easy forehand, just deep. She'll have that for birdie when we come back. We'll see you in a moment.
If disc golf is your game, make Gotta Go, Gotta Throw your disc golf warehouse. With a huge selection of discs, bags, baskets, carts, shirts, and more. GottaGoGottaThrow.com has all the tools to take your game to the next level. Shop online or our Golden Valley, Minnesota store. Free shipping with all online orders over $75. Online or in-store, get what you need for the game you love. GottaGoGottaThrow.com, your disc golf warehouse. In the game since 1993.
As promised, back on the green of 8. Paige Pierce cashes it in for birdie. And Terry, we've got some exciting news. We got Chloe Alice in for an ace on hole 16. Big Germ thought he was so cool. Chloe Alice goes, I could do that too.
Nice work. Congratulations, Chloe Alice. The ace struggled mightily on holes 14 and 15, and it all doesn't matter. The 1 on hole 16. Congratulations.
I mean, however she finishes in this tournament, that will be the takeaway story for Chloe Alice this weekend.
Now back and looking at the par opportunity, which she'll take advantage of. Ella Hansen, correction, a birdie. I want to take one away from her at all. Ella Hansen, great birdie on 8. And anytime you see struggles or big numbers here on hole number 8, almost always starts with an OB shot. She'll get all of the distance, as that just went out of bounds at the last few feet of it, but you see the wind pushing from left to right. Emily Beach out of bounds.
There's only one tree in our fairway down there, so it's the first thing that the players need to be sure they're landing clear of. Uh-oh. Spectators are moving.
See, the spotter had to put on the brakes, almost coming in contact. I believe that's Dynamic Disc own Ava Meyer out there. World-class junior player, her and her dad.
She hit the ground. They said 4. She just went flat.
I've seen Ava for a number of years, usually rolling around a Zuka cart, handing out treats and goodies to the players, competitors, spotters. Just an incredible family and part of the amazing Dynamic Disc team.
Another big mistake here for Kristen. Not only does she go out of bounds, but she's going to lose a lot of distance off that drive.
Taking a look at that pushing over. Ava, thankfully, well out of the way. However, you want to be safe. Hit the deck.
And unfortunately, Val doesn't touch grass when she rolls over the sidewalk, so she's going to take it short as well. But here we'll fly over, and we can see the fairway start to narrow in. That tall grass on the left and the cart path on the right are out of bounds and beyond. The second shot shoots up over the hill, and players, when they're throwing a backhand, you want to keep it out over the sidewalk so that you're going to land in the middle and avoid the water. It's a little bit more open if you do land on the left-hand side. If you're on the right, after your second shot, you're going to have to deal with the low ceiling approach to the basket. But being so far back here for Kristen, she's going to just try and get to that hillside. I have to play this a little differently than the rest.
Kristen lining up the forehand. This has the danger of hyzering out to the right and possibly finding OB again, and it's done just that. Brian, clearly wind aided out here on hole number 8, but give us kind of the game plan, what these players should be thinking about on this very challenging par 5.
Yeah, I mean, the crosswind always comes into play in this hole. I think the biggest mistake people make is they just swing it too far out of bounds. No wind condition, that would obviously swing back in, but you almost have to throw your hyzer along the path line or even in bounds to get it to land safely. But then second shot, yeah, the forehand just got picked up. You have to throw uphill on the second shot too. So yeah, this wind is pretty crazy out here.
Hole 8, almost a perpendicular positioning to what we saw from the starting hole, hole number 1, for instance. So very different from what they're expecting, and you're seeing that crosswind. And that looks like it's leaking out of bounds on the left side, and this is exactly how big numbers add up here on hole 8.
And I think one of those reasonings is that you're pinched off on either side. So if you go out of bounds, you're far on the right, and now you're having to throw all the way to the left to get back in bounds. But think about it. Kristen Tatar is now lying 4, while Katrina Allen's throwing her second shot. And not biting off too much. Hits in the middle, gets a little bit of a slide, closing in on the out of bounds, but stays safe.
I feel like that was the beginnings of a golf commercial. Maybe we're going on vacation. Emily Beach consulting with the caddy. Trying to pick that exact spot, knowing how much the wind is picking up or fighting against the angle she's putting on it. As that falls from the sky, it's going to be safe for Emily.
These shots are scary. Because you're throwing up and over that hill, you're you don't have eyes on seeing the disc land in the fairway. So you're just anxiously awaiting what flag the spotter is going to hold up next. And we've seen it in the past. I mean, getting skips into the water or hitting the hillside and rolling into the water. There's a lot of things that can happen up and over that hill. I can only imagine the tension that's happening right now, seeing our leaders at the top and seeing the momentum continue to shift in the favor of Katrina Allen.
If that can stay clear of the branches, I really like the angle she's put on it. I was thinking it might take her 3 from that position. Looks like Kristen's trying to get it done in 2.
That was an incredible shot. I mean, for the fact to get through those trees is one thing, but to get enough distance to reach the pin and be able to putt after that shot, it was a good recovery.
It would be a small victory at this point if Kristen Tatar could walk away from this par 5 with a single bogey after 2 OB strokes. That would be considered a win for her right now. Great shot by Valarie. Val, we've seen just 3 birdies here on hole number 8 so far. Paige Pierce, Ella Hansen, and Natalie Ryan. Kat trying to add to the list. Great skip. And inside the circle or right on its edge, Katrina Allen in position for birdie. It's like, yes, I'd like to birdie with this one or this one. This one? Yeah, I'll birdie with this one. Either way, we're going to roll the Zuka replay. Keeping it low, playing the ground skip. It pushes forward. Kat trying to get back on that birdie train that took a brief intermission back on the previous hole, hole number 7. Here's Emily Beach. Emily also with an opportunity to save a par here after the initial OB stroke.
Medal. That was on point for Emily. What a great shot.
Here's Paige Pierce on the tee of 9.
Surprisingly, this is only the 4th most difficult hole on the course. Players teeing from out of bounds, having to clear about 200, 250 feet to get out to that opening.
Well, don't tell Pierce it's one of the more difficult holes. It looks like a perfect tee shot for her. Pierce picked up the birdie on 8, as we just said a few moments ago. She's sitting 3 under for the round, mounting her charge to the podium.
There's another player we see climbing the leaderboard, Macy Valadiaz. 2 down for today's round and moved up 4 spots, currently in 8th place.
Such a good run from outside the circle. Saw Macy last night at the block party. She said, we've been seeing some incredible play from you, and including some throw-ins. And she's like, yeah, you like that? I said, oh, yeah, we love that in the booth. Keep those coming. And again, that is actually the longest putt attempt we've seen by Katrina Allen, and it's off the mark. So Kat will have to settle for her first par of the round. Meanwhile, Kristen Tatar trying to only lose one to Kat on this hole. And what a misfire here by Kristen Tatar.
Dare I say it? I mean, these are the things that we're just not used to seeing with Kristen as of lately. I mean, comparing this to round one. We expect her to make putts like that. That's just how good she is. And right now, with the battle so close, every throw, every putt matters. Because Katrina Allen is on the hunt. Can't find the words. She's playing so good. It's mind-blowing.
Well, Katrina Allen is finding some momentum. Kristen Tatar is going to have to flip the script here. As you just said, a charging Kat. Now we have Paige Pierce's second shot.
Got Opie on the right.
But places it in the middle of the fairway. Keep yourself placed right there. We've got more action on the other side of this commercial break.
The Paul Macbeth Foundation tries to help grow disc golf in underserved areas.
I was just a little bitty boy with hopes and dreams. Then those hopes they manifested to nobody.
None of this, and I mean none of this, could be possible without just anyone that's believed in this foundation or who sees this for the first time and wants to help. Thank you to anyone who's been a part of this. This is just the beginning.
Somebody help, my poor cat is stuck up in this tree.
Hello, ma'am. I heard your cry for help, and I'm here to rescue your cat.
Oh, thank goodness.
Here you are, ma'am. Cat's safe and sound.
Wait a second. This isn't pudding.
Slammer, there you are. Dude, thanks.
So then where's pudding?
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, Katrina Allen started the day with a 4-stroke deficit, and currently she is your leader by 2 over Kristen Tatar. Pinpoint accuracy throughout. Starting out this round with 6 consecutive birdies. Here she is on 4. Hole number 5 from the standstill, no problem. Katrina Allen putting herself just outside of the bullseye. She'd go on to convert that as well.
And with her being so accurate with the driver, she hasn't really been forced to make a lot of putts. She's keeping them close and dropping them in for birdie.
No putting required there on 6. The lone birdie in the entire division today on that hole. The cat is pouncing. We jump over. Hole number 9, Emily Beach, sets up very well for the powerful lefty. Short but in bounds for Emily off the tee of 9. That's pulled inside. Brian Earhart's out on the ground. Brian, that looks like trouble.
You know, they're in similar spots. Valarie and Kat are in very similar spots off to the right side. From where I'm standing, I believe they're going to have some sort of forehand stretch out in order to get back to the fairway, so not as terrible as it looks.
Brian with his futuristic powers. Exactly what we were just hearing about.
That wall, that blue wall of sponsor signs, that marks the edge of the out of bounds. And they have to be aware not to throw it too far past either.
An advantage, Kristen Tatar.
That is exactly what she needs right now. I feel like she needs a little bit of energy. She needs a couple of good shots to go her way so that she can get back on track. Paige laying up on 10.
And Pierce certainly making a charge. We talked about her being 8 back at one point from the co-leaders in Kat and Kristen. Now we see her just 3 or 4 back of Kristen Tatar.
Yeah, and exactly within 5 strokes of the lead. And we have half a round to play. Anything can happen, especially if Katrina and Kristen are just focused on each other and not really wondering what anybody else is doing. You know, the pressure is much heavier on the lead card. Things are a little bit more tense, whereas second or third card, they know they got to dig deep to shoot well, to move their way up. So it's a different type of energy on whatever card you end up being on.
Ella Hansen with a long bid there on 9. Doesn't quite connect. Now Emily Beach. Looks like she didn't give it enough power. Emily, I think, could have got a little more into it and progressed more up the fairway with that. She seems just a bit off today, and all things considered, she's parred every single hole thus far, but Emily not able to take advantage of her big distance. Here's Paige Pierce on 10.
And is playing as one of the more difficult holes on this course. It's new to this layout. 30-foot wide fairway, trees, out of bounds, everything.
And Kat well out of position here. You see her outstretched to her right. Consulting with Austin Hannum. It looks like she's picked her line. Now she just needs to focus. A little flick out to the fairway, trying to fight herself out there. Brian, did Katrina's get all the way out, and what kind of shot does she have for her third?
She was so close to popping out to the elbow. She might have some sort of stretch out. She's still in the rough on the right side, but I believe because of how good she is with the standstill stretch out position, she might be able to access the green.
Sounds like she has some work to do. Meanwhile, Kristen thinking about the opportunity that's ahead for her, possibly with a chance to pick up 1 or maybe even 2 strokes on Katrina. She sits currently with a 2-stroke deficit. Here's Val.
She took that corner tight. I was worried about if she was going to get hung up, but keeps it nice and safe.
Kristen lining up her second. From there, easy access to the green. This should be a birdie for Kristen Tatar. The question is, if it is, what kind of advantage will she take over Katrina Allen here on hole number 9? Ella Hansen approaching on 10. Making it look easy, Val.
So there's no out of bounds on this right. And Katrina, if she were to turn directly to her right, it's a shorter flight to the basket, but it's all woods to get there. So she still has to bend her way around, like Brian said, reaching out and maybe punching out to the fairway. She has to be aware of the out of bounds line on the left-hand side of the fairway. Like a putter in her hand, so I think this might be a nice safe shot just to get back, give herself at least 1 clean look on this hole.
And just pitching out for position.
Well, whatever happens at the end of the day, I mean, what a battle it has been. You know, even though Katrina looked flawless to this point, you have to expect that every player is going to have to deal with something at some point. And how can you fight through it? Katrina managing so far.
Emily's still not entirely around the corner. Like it's a little roll forward. I think we're going to see Emily likely pitch up next to the pin, and if she's going for the all clean scorecard, no birdies, no bogeys, she seems to be en route to that right now. I'm guessing by the time she's done with hole 9, she'll have 9 consecutive pars.
If Katrina can get this underneath the basket, she could still save her par.
That's going to be short and obstructed. Brian, can you give us a read for where Katrina is on the green, or should I say short of the green? Will she have a clean look to the basket?
She will not, Terry. She's going to be decent ways from the basket. Edges circled to, obstructed, and there's really not even room for a hyzer putt. She's going to probably have to lay this one up.
All right, appreciate the insight. As we were saying, it looked like Kristen Tatar was going to have a significant advantage here, and it seems that's how it's playing out. Paige Pierce, however, short range connection with that tree. Paige struggling on 10. Undahano with her 4th. in position for the par.
Well, we can't make any assumptions. If it plays out as we expect, Kristen can get those 2 strokes back.
And that was well short. She turned around and immediately smiled at Silver. However, that might be a little bit of a coping mechanism. Frustrated, I'm sure, Kristen Tatar with a routine up and down.
It's just so crazy how one day you can play every shot perfectly without thinking much about it, and then you can come back to the course the next day and things like that happen. I mean, I know every person watching this broadcast, me and you here in the booth, I mean, this has happened to us. Right, Terry? You looked a little shocked. But there's a lot of mental prep and maybe just not one day to the next. I mean, things can completely change.
And Emily will pitch up. I mean, if I were to bet my house on anything, an up and down approach with a forehand by Kristen Tatar, I would take that all day. So surprising to see that from her. This is for birdie. And a missed opportunity for Kristen. She's still going to gain ground on Kat. That is definitely the silver lot lining there. But, wow, Kristen. See if she can get it together on the back 9.
And the way Kristen was standing over that, I mean, she's gaining strokes, but you can tell she still has that doubt in her mind. You know, what's going on? Something doesn't feel right.
An unfriendly roll for Valarie. A rare sighting that has landed on the top. Old internet phrasing for that was draught. Disc resting on top, and no, that does not count. I know some of you play at home, go out to your local courses with your buddies, and you're going to assume that somehow that counts, but that is not count for completing the hole. And she will have to mark it underneath and then still tap in. But meanwhile, the battle continues between Katrina and Kristen Tatar. This green can be brutal on 9. Now we're going to go to a brutal fairway, hole number 10. It's a new one, Val.
Yeah, this hole frustrated a lot of our players yesterday, especially with the wind picking up. 30-foot wide fairway, maybe 40 feet at most, but we see it setting up better for a forehand shot, something that rides high over the hillside on the left and comes back toward the basket. It's our most technical hole on this wide open golf course, so players now have to narrow in their focus and hit a line, as opposed to a lot of the space that they can use on pretty much every hole on this course. But the out of bounds seems to get a lot of our players if they're not hitting the line they want. Just 330 feet to the pin. We've seen 2 players today card the birdie. One was Macy Veladias, the other Jessica Weiss.
I'm going to go out on a limb and assume both of them were with forehand drives. This sets up Emily Beach, the lefty. Connects and kicks hard off of the fairway. And Kristen nearly duplicates the exact same effort from yesterday's round. Yesterday we saw her throw that shot. She ended up missing the relatively short putt. She took the par. However, she still gained strokes on the rest of her card in doing so. Today, she'd love to pick up the birdie. And this woman, Katrina Allen, all knotted up with her. They're both sitting at 3 over for the tournament. And Katrina will be out of position.
What a trick shot from Katrina. Did you see how extreme the release was for her? She released it extreme hyzer. It looked like it was tracking left side OB, and it flipped up and started to turn over to the right. That's the kind of shot it takes to get to the pin. And just truly unbelievable how dialed Kristen Tatar has this hole. I'm sure she's talking to other people going, wait, you think hole 10's hard? Let me show you how it's done.
Just put it right there again. And she doesn't even know just how close she is with that tee shot until she walks up. Now we have Paige Pierce on the tee of 11. Paige picking up plenty of birdies out here today so far. She's got 6 of them. She's now in sole possession of third.
3 strokes back of the lead. I'm on the edge of my seat. I don't know about you, Terry. You just thrown your chair away. You're so excited. But this is going to come down to the very end. I mean, could we see Paige Pierce come back? Will it be Kristen and Kat continuing battling through the lead? Anything can happen.
And Val had pitched out to that position. Gets the bank shot, and then it's going to put her right underneath the basket, so she'll walk away with the bogey. And a little pinball over there. Brian, we see the very narrow fairway out here. What is Katrina Allen looking at, considering we just saw a pitch out from Valarie a moment ago?
Yeah, it's not going to be a straightforward approach for Katrina. It's still not that far from the basket, but we still might have to see her stretch out and throw some sort of standstill backhand where she's at.
All right, so well out of position for the birdie. However, Katrina Allen certainly could throw something in. Here's Emily Beach, as we were just saying. 9 consecutive pars to open up her 4th and final round here at the Dynamic Disc Open. And the par streak will be challenged with the putt that remains. Patent pending stance for Katrina Allen. Back to the basket. And just a very easy, gentle pitch up to the pin. So Katrina Allen unscathed in walking away with a par. The question is, will she still be your co-leader? See if the par streak can continue. Unfortunately, it will come to an end on the wrong side of par. Emily will have her first bogey of the round. Kristen Tatar regains the lead as we're heading into the back nine of the final round. She has a one-stroke advantage over Katrina Allen.
So much has happened in the last 4 holes. Like comparing Katrina and Kristen, handing the strokes back and forth. I mean, meanwhile, Paige Pierce is gaining on both of them. It's amazing how one player can play these holes so differently from the next, and they're basically tied.
And Kristen Tatar with that putt, a little redemption from the short putt she missed yesterday here on hole number 10. And this one's going to feel extra sweet as that regains the lead with a one-stroke advantage over Katrina Allen. And we have to keep saying it, Paige Pierce right there charging. Now just 3 off the pace. And here's Pierce putting for birdie on 11. Paige Pierce, solid performance, just 2 pars out there today. The exact same amount of pars that Katrina Allen has right now. Let's take a look at the 11th and what they're trying to accomplish here at 404 feet.
Yes, this is a par 3, and for our distance throwers, we know they can reach the pin, but as we get closer to the basket, it starts to bottleneck, and the out of bounds comes within 30 feet of the pin. For our backhand hyzer throwers, they need to be aware that the out of bounds line is so close on the left-hand side. So the landing zone, whether you're hitting and skipping to the basket or just trying to place your shot, being on the right-hand side is the best of the positions.
And Brian Earhart on the ground is telling us that there's a stiff headwind right now on the tee of 11. That's going to make the 404-foot uphill climb that much longer. Conservative, safe. Those are the words I describe that tee shot. Certainly not aggressive in going after the pin, but also keeping the out of bounds, out of play on that left side. Obi also on the right. This is low and will likely keep out of bounds, out of play as well.
And with the headwind, these players aren't risking it at all. Just playing for that layup and then the simple approach to the basket.
Fair to say not a lefty favorable hole if she's not going with a forehand. And short but safe for Valarie. Tee of 12. Left side, likely layup zone from over there for Pierce. And now we'll catch up with Paige. And layup, well, I can't really say she had anything except for that. From underneath the tree, Ella Hansen gives a full layout to the elevated basket. She needs that to sit down.
We had all 4 drives land safely inbounds on hole 11. It all comes down to how close they can get these up shots. And if it's not close, keep it safe. Nice shot from Emily Beach.
All safe shots. And Brian, I know you were hanging out kind of behind the tee area. Did you get any reads off of any of our players in terms of maybe what they're feeling, their tone, their demeanor, anything like that?
Yeah, the big thing that I noticed standing behind the tee pad is that Kristen, after that nice birdie on 10, standing tall, chin up, she threw a really intentional drive off the tee. The line was clearly exactly what she was looking for, a layup in that headwind. So I think this battle is going to continue to rage on between her and Katrina.
What looks like a misfire by Allen. And from deep in circle 2. Well, Kristen was giving that a little more of a run than I was anticipating even. You know she's good from long range with that slight uphill slope, knowing that it's going to be slowing down as it's getting to the pin. And not slowing down, Ella Hansen. Solid recovery there on hole number 12, tapping in for the par.
Trina's pinched up next to this tree. OB behind the basket. Wow, not a problem. That was huge for Katrina. Almost looked like a little error. Could give Kristen an easy stroke back, but Katrina is fighting. She's still focused regardless of a little hiccup there on the upshot.
Stress-free par for Kristen.
And that was no straightforward putt for Katrina. That tree was still in her way. She kept it as close to the trunk as possible and on line with the pin. That was a great recovery shot.
Move over to the daunting and challenging hole number 12.
Hole 12 is just 320 feet, but again, we're throwing into that headwind. We have out of bounds on either side, and that main obstacle was that broccoli-shaped tree. We saw Ella putting underneath it, so was Paige. If you could stay off to the right, you're going to have a clear upshot to the basket. But it's going to be tough to get to the pin. Even with that distance, it is reachable, but maybe not today in the headwind.
First, we're going to take a look at Paige Pierce throwing the tee shot on 13. And even with the tree kick, she'll remain inbounds. She'll have a long look for the birdie. OB on both the right and left side of this fairway. And Ella Hansen is pin high, right side of the basket, just outside the circle. Yesterday, this hole, Val, saw only 2 birdies. That included Katrina Allen along with Maria Oliva. Today, Maria Oliva, the only competitor to get the birdie here. So she's got this one dialed in. I can see the rest of the field really struggling. This is I think this shot is more difficult than what it really looks like when we're seeing it here from behind the tee.
And to get to the pin, you have to bring so much risk. So I could see a big Anheuser flex shot, bring it back to the pin. Again, the distance isn't the issue, but it's all that out of bounds.
Allen will have a look from outside of circle 1. And Brian, I'll throw it out to you. Am I just underskilled, or is this hole really as challenging as I think it is?
No, it's a really unique line that it makes the players play, especially if they're going backhand down the right side. They have to get it moving right away, but get it to check up through that really tight gap between those two trees. So it's a very specific shot that you don't really throw anywhere else in the course.
Notice he didn't say that I'm underskilled, and agree with that either, which is fine, because this is a hole I would not want to attack. Pierce, we saw the drive. This is deep in circle 2. Paige Pierce continues to charge. Multiple claps, the fist pump, the sprint to the basket. Pierce on fire.
Wow. And whatever energy we might be lacking on the lead card, Paige Pierce is feeling it right now. And that is dangerous for everyone else. I mean, to have the chance to go for a putt like that, she knows she has to put it all out on the line today if she wants to make moves. And that was a birdie from 50 feet for Paige Pierce.
Again, another look at the 10-10 disc hot rounds of the day. Paige Pierce, you see leading that charge. She has 8 birdies on the round through 13 holes.
The course is playing much easier today, whereas one person shot under par yesterday. We have 5 players under par already, and we're halfway through.
Ella Hansen had made hers from much shorter range, almost half the distance. And here's the layup by Valarie Mondahano. As you can see, anytime that tree comes into play, it all but eliminates your opportunity for birdie. However, clear of the tree in the bush is Katrina Allen. She's looking at 38 feet. Incredible. So Kat's longest putt of the round that she's connected on comes at a great time. Katrina Allen will be knotted up with Kristen Tatar through 13 holes. Emily Beach's effort is low as Kristen and Katrina knotted up through 12 holes heading into 13. I'm getting ahead of myself here, Val. It's too exciting. And Valarie Mondahano trying to find a way to get things going, as we also see Emily Beach move on. She'll take the par. Rolling that Zuka replay. Katrina Allen, the jumper, connecting, left side corner pocket. That brings her into a tie with Kristen Tatar, who watches on.
And that was just low enough on the left-hand side to hit the inside of the cage and swirl around. You could tell how thankful Katrina was that that one dropped.
Paige Pierce remains 3 back of our co-leaders in Katrina Allen and Kristen Tatar.
At hole 13, this tee pad is now to the left compared to what we've seen in the past before. This is what we played in the 2016 Worlds, was up on the cart path and bringing all that out of bounds on the right-hand side into play. I think it plays a little bit easier with this new tee positioning.
It certainly does, at least for the right-handed players that are throwing backhands. Gives you more of a hyzer line and lessens your chance of hanging it out too wide over the OB on the right. However, we've seen it happen. Kat with the momentum. Too much skip brings OB left into play, or it could check up inside the circle. Katrina Allen looking for another birdie. Plenty of pressure on Kristen Tatar to answer.
Pushing forward plenty, gets some skip. And that was bringing the OB in very close, but she'll have a look for birdie as well.
Brian, how close are Kristen and Kat's putts to one another? And is Kristen out?
Yeah, Kristen's going to be out, Terry. Kristen's right at the edge of circle 1. 5 feet away from her is Kat at about 20, 25 feet.
So sometimes just even positioning and who goes first can kind of set the tone, can either apply or decrease pressure depending on what happens. Here's Valarie. Valarie needs to get something going here. And she'll have a look at birdie. She struggled through the last 6 or 8 holes. Taking a look at the last few holes here by Katrina Allen. She had the hiccup on 10, but bounced back on 11 with a great putt. And here on 12 with a great putt.
And we were mentioning Katrina was shooting so well, but she didn't have to rely on her putting. And now it comes into play, and even though she's had some struggles with the upshots, her putter is still working, regardless if she had to rely on it or not.
And we take a look again at some notable statistics provided by our friends over at Paragon Disc Golf. Head-to-head, Katrina Allen and Kristen Tatar, who are all knotted up. Look at the overall out of bounds, 13-17. And yesterday, I think that 4-stroke deficit is when that came into play. Kristen had 6 during her round. Kat had just 2. And meanwhile, up ahead, your 5-time world champ, Paige Pierce. Maybe a little too amped up from the previous long putt. She'll have plenty of distance to make up with the new pin position way deep on hole 14. But first, Valarie Mondahano deep in circle 2. Kristen can set the tone and apply the pressure with a make here outside of Katrina Allen's. And that pause tells me everything. We rarely see Kristen Tatar take that much time on the green. Now, whether she was waiting for the wind, recollecting her thoughts and getting reset, whatever it might be, Kristen Tatar rarely takes takes that much time. This time it resulted in a miss. Here's Emily Beach trying to pick up her first birdie of the round. There's no pictures on the scorecard, Val. That one is in.
And that will bring Emily's score back to even par. To take solo lead, Katrina Allen for birdie. And there was not much pause there for Katrina. She got up to her lie. She went through her routine without a lot of thought, just going through the motion, and that helps relieve some pressure.
Incredible. As we are through 13 holes, Katrina Allen is your outright leader. We've got plenty of action for you here in the 2022 season. You can watch it all on Disc Golf Network, the home of live disc golf. Go out and subscribe today. Find us on discgolfnetwork.com. Of course, if you're a PDGA member, you receive a discount, a very significant one at that. We welcome everyone to join us on the Disc Golf Network. Both lead and chase cards now find themselves on hole number 14. Paige's second shot drifting way left, and that will be out of bounds. This is going to put a significant halt to the charge by Paige Pierce.
And that's going to be Paige's first out of bounds in the round today. Another par 5, just under 900 feet. In previous years, we've seen the basket behind that large tree. Now it's another 150 or 200 feet past that, over a hill with a sloping green. Once the players get closer to those trees, the fairway narrows up with out of bounds on either side. You can tell it's pretty quiet on this lead card. It gets even more quiet when the players have their caddies to talk to. You know, the caddies can be there to keep them calm, kill some time.
Sometimes when Katrina doesn't have a caddy with her, you'll see her pull out a crossword puzzle. We also learned that Cat Merch sometimes will do some journaling during her round. We learned that last weekend at the Jonesboro Open.
Okay, the King's got her hacky sack. Ella Hansen's got the card games.
Yeah, everybody passing the time in their own different way whenever there's a backup. And flow has been really good here throughout the day today, this being the first significant pause that we've had. And Alexis going with the forehand. The approach that she's left with. She gets up and down, can walk away with the par.
I'll go with his mark. Yeah. There?
Yep, right there.
And we heard Paige Pierce ask if the rest of the group was good with the spot that the spotter had indicated. Usually a spotter is there just to assist. Ultimately, the decision is left up to the group.
Yeah, like towards the telephone pole. Yeah. Yeah.
Heading right for the out of bounds. And I don't think Paige is going to have touched inbounds near the pin or on the right hand side of the fairway, so she's going to have to take that short to where that OB starts on the left hand side. Some of these holes can be a snake pit for our distance players. You could get a little bit greedy, but the strokes can start to compound.
Few different wind bounces, but very effective shot there for Katrina Allen. Taking advantage of how this tee shot sets up very well for Emily Beach. Also will be in her favor for her second and maybe even her third shot. Don't complain about being left-handed here. And Kristen is knocked down by the tree. That would have gained at least 50, maybe 100 more feet of distance. Instead, knocked down almost immediately.
So as we see behind the tee pad, there's a couple different routes you can take. And that right-handed route, you can throw out wide, and your disc will swing back to the middle. But choosing the left-hand gap, you're throwing a straight shot, and if you hyzer too much, you can find out of bounds with a line on the left. So it's all about placement of where you want to take your next shot. And we see throwing off to the right, you can go through the trees. It's a little bit more open on this left-hand side. And then this is when the fairway starts to narrow in. The OB from the left creeps in, comes closer to that fence. And then here's what the new green looks like. Downward slope behind the pin. So even though it's a blind shot on their approach, the players need to be cautious of how fast the disc is coming into the green.
And you see that's going to be short for Ella Hansen. She'll be in circle 2. This is Alexis with her 4th. And that'll be an easy tap in for her.
Not only did Kristen lose a little bit of distance on this drive, I'm wondering if that tree will be in the way of her run-up.
Misjudged by Haley King. That's going to be short. Haley King has dropped 4 spots into solo possession of 8th place.
2 OBs on our scorecard just on this hole alone, and the risky shot over out of bounds. Paige judges that distance perfectly. So yeah, you could see Kristen's having to duck the closer that she gets to her lie.
Kristen has found another tree. I feel like that was one of the biggest pulls that we've seen from Kristen in weeks. Unfortunately, the tree in front of her, she gained some distance, but she still has plenty of work to do. We see the new pin position that's out there that our chase card is now putting on. And Brian, is there any wind in this section of the course that's different? I know we're off in an entirely different corner from where they started on this round.
You know, there's a gentle crosswind coming right to left down the fairway. It actually makes a really nice tee shot swinging it out to the right side, but approaching this green gets a little bit dicey because of the fact that you could pick up speed coming in on hyzer.
Right, as they play up and over, it essentially gently rolls downhill the entire width of the fairway, or the entire length of the fairway, and then it takes even another dip to get down toward the basket. So wherever the winds are pushing over the green, feels like they possibly could alter or swirl a little bit when finding some of that new terrain. Love the wind read here. That is a great shot by Valarie.
Smashing it. I mean, we always talk about Katrina with her distance, but Valarie showing her up in 2 shots.
In that same neighborhood, we see Emily Beach. And speaking of neighborhoods, excited to have you all come back in just 4 straight months from now. We're going to be bringing you the World Championships. PDGA. Going to watch, see if Katrina Allen can in fact protect the title that she claimed in Utah last year. Also, James Conrad, in dramatic fashion, did the same thing in Utah. Competitors will be returning here. We'll watch them take on the Jones Supreme course along with the Emporia Country Club. Again, just 4 months from now. We'll watch that live on the Disc Golf Network as well. Tree free. And a great looking shot there by Kristen Tatar, looking to get up and down. I was just calling for it, that August 30th through September 3rd, the entire world will be watching, whether you're live and here in Emporia or you're at home from somewhere around the world. World Championships taking place end of August into early September. Get subscribed, Disc Golf Network, that's where it's at.
And what you missed by not subscribing, you didn't get to see the Jones Supreme course, which created so much drama for our players in the first 2 rounds. An Eric McCabe design, par 67 for the women. It was so entertaining to watch. I mean, it must have been a very scary course to play, but it made it so competitive for our field.
that what you think?
I think, yeah. Stable here?
Same one?
Yeah.
Straight?
Yeah. Probably right at that tree. Long is okay.
Is this straight enough?
High left side of the green.
Safe.
We saw the spotter running over, but just to confirm, Brian, was Cat shot inbounds?
Yeah, she's inbounds by about a foot. Very, very close to going OB, but it caught some thick grass.
So even closer than I guess we realized from that camera angle, Val. So maybe a sigh of relief for Katrina Allen, coming in within just a few feet of out of bounds. Saw the shot there on 15 by Haley King. Now we're back with Emily Beach.
And the spotter here is making it so much more dramatic. These players can't see where it's landing, and he's slow walking to give them the call.
And Emily Beach trying to go back-to-back birdies here on 13 and 14. Took her a little while to get started, but looks like another great opportunity. Now we're back with Ella Hansen, Tia 15. And Ella looking to pick up a birdie. See if Valarie can put herself in position for birdie. That also on the high left side. I'm going to trust that one's inbounds. Well, I'm going to assume, but we're going to get a confirmation as he's moving over.
Wait for it.
Enthusiastically waving that green flag. Oh, and if you heard the cheering in the background, Alexis Mandajano cashing it in from long range. That will be a tap-in par coming up from Kristen.
Katrina being on the hillside and safe. She's going to have a downhill putt for birdie. I'm anxiously awaiting to see what she will do. Does she want to get risky and get another stroke cushion above Kristen? There's a lot of risk knowing that if you miss the basket, you're going to go down the hill. If you hit the basket even, you could also just roll down the hill. It's going to be a similar look here for Valarie.
And as we're seeing, even closer to the OB line than Katrina Allen was. Dialed in, focused, great putt by Valarie Mandajano.
And if Katrina needed some encouragement, I think Valarie proved it can pay off if you go for it.
This is to extend her lead to 2 over Kristen Tatar. And just like that, the tide has changed again. This time in favor of Katrina Allen.
Katrina has gained 3 strokes in the last 3 holes.
Going to roll that Zuka replay. Katrina Allen above the basket. And the pitch putt finding the bottom. Kat doubles her lead to 2. And they're heading over to hole number 15.
And those 3 strokes gained have all been because of her putting. Each hole building a little bit more confidence for the next. And as we'll fly over to hole 15, it's interesting. We've got 2 back-to-back island holes on this course, but on this one, you're not going to lose your disc. No water on this island hole, but not landing on the island, you will go immediately to the drop zone. 353 feet to the pin.
That was Pierce's birdie attempt. Here we are with Haley King, and you have to wonder, is hole 16 the one that ultimately may decide the fate of one of our leading competitors? Katrina Allen, Kristen Tatar, hole 16. We see big scoring swings all the time.
About 300 feet to get onto the island.
And Ella Hansen has thrown it about 350 feet. Unfortunately, she's going to be deep and left of the island. That's out of bounds. She'll proceed directly to the drop zone, hoping to just walk away with the bogey at that point.
And this is the nice safe shot on the right-hand side. That's what we saw Katrina Allen do yesterday.
And I can't think of any woman that's played this hole more than Paige Pierce. Her, Katrina Allen, have the most experience with this island green. That has stood up and continues to turn. That's going to find the out of bounds. Paige Pierce will move directly to the drop zone and likely ending her chances at a run here, barring major mistakes from Kat and Kristen. Katrina connecting with a tree and dropping straight down.
It's time for Emily Beach to take control of her destiny. She's 1 stroke back of Paige Pierce, who is in that 3rd place spot.
Opportunity for Tatar. And executes with a great tee shot, putting her inside the circle.
What a battle this is. And either player just not willing to give up. This could be a great chance for Kristen to get a stroke back from Katrina.
Yeah, nice shot. Great shot.
Kristen has been playing at the highest level over the past few weekends, taking it all the way to the final hole against Paige Pierce 2 weeks ago at the Major. Coming up short on that final hole. But last weekend returning to Jonesboro, well, what was her first time coming to Jonesboro, I should say, but she returned with a vengeance out on the course, where she had the hot round all 3 rounds, either outright or tied for the hot round, and then went home with a 10-stroke margin of victory, one of the larger margins of victory we've ever seen here in an Elite Series. I believe the official record, though, goes to Katrina Allen, who has dominated some events, unlike we've seen. It's just absolutely incredible how Paige, Katrina, along with Kristen, have all found their way to the top at one time or another. They've had their struggles, but by the end of the weekend, here we are seeing the 3 of them sitting in the top 3 positions at this event.
And if somehow Kristen Tatar gets the win today, this will be the 2nd time she's won back-to-back events at the DGPT Elite Series. It was last year, Deglow, and then followed it up with a win at Preserve.
I know at the top of the show we gave you guys the graphic about how dominant she was following her Worlds performance. She came up short there. She struggled. She finished in 5th and then rattled off 4 wins in 5 events following that. And Kristen in for the birdie. Hole number 15. She now pulls within 1 of Katrina Allen. Clean up for Val. Kat, even from bullseye range, going through her putting motion, going through the routine. And they're now heading over to hole number 16, one of the most iconic holes in disc golf and certainly most memorable. Val, what are they trying to do?
Well, depending on your game plan, we could see stroke swings happening. If you're aggressive, you're going to go for the island. Again, it's about 300 feet to the edge of the land, trying to skip it up. If you go a little bit past, but you're still on line, you'll still make it on the island. But here we have Chloe Alice earlier today.
Drop. Go the hole!
And carding the ace. Chloe Alice is going to run it down. Good to see Leah Sinigini. I saw Leah out there this morning on caddy patrol. And thankfully she was, and she recorded this shot.
Oh my God! Holy
Chloe Alice, the ace. Big Germ had got it yesterday.
That is an incredible way to celebrate. Congratulations, Chloe.
Oh, Paigey. So I go again.
I don't think it touched.
I don't think it touched. Yeah. Sure.
And Pierce doesn't touch land. Therefore, she does not move from the drop zone. She'll throw again. She needs to make sure this gets there. She almost falls into the water. And any hopes, as we were saying, of Paige possibly catching up to our top 2 competitors, I think we can put that one to bed for now. Paige Pierce. We'll see if she can hold on to that 3rd place position. That's certainly in jeopardy now, though. And just a few moments ago, Haley King from the back edge of the island connecting, putting together 5 birdies in 7 holes. Haley King on a tear.
And Haley was pretty much in that exact same position yesterday, and she laid up. The wind was so intense that she just chose to lay up and take the par. Today, She puts it all out on the line and gets the birdie, joining Madison Walker, the only other birdie on this hole. And then there was Chloe Alice with the ace. So those are our 3 competitors to shoot under par on hole 16 today.
And also a big shout out earlier in the week before the official competition began. Eric, our early recognition is critical. They were sponsoring an ace throw-in opportunity earlier in the week, and Matt Bell rang it up, taking home a $25,000 paycheck. I also heard that Matt immediately discussed how he was going to donate some of the money. I believe he had his girlfriend's uncle recently pass away due to cancer, and so Matt making a contribution right back. Here we are with Kristen Tatar, the most important tee shot of the round, and she's on the island inside the circle. Now she has to start thinking about running that putt. Or does she, Val? Does she consider it depending on what happens here with Katrina Allen's drive?
I think making the putt on the last hole has built some confidence for sure. We'll see what the wind is going to do on the island, but we know Katrina Allen's game plan is this layup.
This is the first forehand we've seen by Katrina Allen. She's going for the layup. Well executed. It's going to be a ways back, though. She's going to have to actually throw an approach. That's not a putt like we just saw from Paige Pierce in the drop zone. That's going to be an actual standstill approach shot, and a huge one at that for Katrina Allen. Here's Emily Beach. This is leaking right side. It needs to stop. OB for Emily. She'll move to the drop zone. Valarie has this lined up. She's going for the green. She just needs a skip or 3. And well short for Valarie. We've got plenty of room on the back. You have the backstop. Biggest mistake on this hole is to come up short. But coming up big is Kristen Tatar. The tee shot here on 16. She's been there before.
And the biggest advantage was going first. Kristen could set the stage. There's no pressure on her. And for Katrina, things now shift. Can she make that approach shot? And if she does, can she keep it within the circle? You want to make sure you're landing on the island, but maybe she's ramped up enough that she's just feeling get it past, get it long, then pressure comes back on the putt. So there's a lot of things that could happen, but this is no easy upshot. You can see that branch at the top of the screen that hangs over, creating a low ceiling.
This needs to sit. And it slows down once it catches the island. Not a tap in, so that's going to be a little bit of pressure still on that putt. The question is, what's Kristen Tatar going to do?
And with nerves ramping up, a putt like that, you can have it in your mind that you want to make this putt, but sometimes when you get nervous, your brain and your hand aren't connecting, and if you miss the basket, you're in the water.
Emily Beach finished in the water on her tee shot, so now going to the drop zone. That should be an easy tap in for her, but that will be a bogey on 16. With that, Emily will move to +9 for the tournament and into a tie with Ella. An easy approach shot there for Valarie. This can feel like a very long or short walk as you're crossing this bridge. And those feelings can be reversed as you're going back when you've completed hole number 16. I feel my heart racing at the moment here, Val.
Deep breaths, Terry.
I got this. Kristen Tatar on the green of 16. Crucial moment. She's short. She's missed it, but it stays inbound. She doesn't realize it at first. She turns, and she's waiting for to get the call, and Kristen Tatar stays safe and inbounds. She has a tap-in 3. And she still may gain a stroke on Katrina Allen.
That disc is barely hanging on. I would run over and mark it as soon as possible.
And that rolls after the miss. Katrina Allen will give up the lead here on 16. She quickly is able to retrieve the disc.
She almost hit Kristen's disc into the water.
Hole 16 has done it again. Year after year, we look for the drama, and it's always provided right here on 16.
Wow, how fortunate that Kristen's putt stays safe. I mean, I was shaking my head here in the booth, just surprised that she was going for such a lengthy putt with the out of bounds so close behind the basket. You can see the nerves even got to her a little bit with how low she releases this. You know, it was kind of going for it, but a little nervous. I think that hit of the pole slowed down the speed to keep it safely in bounds, but barely safe. Holy cow, Terry.
Wow. Unbelievable. So similar to what we saw back in 2019 here on hole number 16. Paige Pierce at that point was in for birdie. Kat struggled and walked away with the double bogey. However, Kat would then move on to hole number 18 eventually. And she put her tee shot right next to the pin. And she converted on the birdie, and that was enough for her to take it down in 2019. Today, 2 holes left to play in regulation. 17 and 18. Kristen Tatar with a 1-stroke advantage with 2 to play. I'm going to throw it out to Brian real quick. Brian, what was the gallery? What were the feels going on out there as that all unfolded on 16?
Well, if I had $1 for every gasp I heard, I would probably have a decent amount of money right now, Terry. It was quiet for quite a bit of it. I didn't think anybody thought she was going to miss that putt, but the wind actually was gusting a decent amount. She had a headwind and just misread it, and that was a crucial mistake on her part.
I don't know if I'd want to collect those dollars or not. I know what you mean out there, Brian. All the gasp. Unbelievable what we just saw. Also wanted to make an announcement and clarification that if there is a playoff, the players will move directly to hole 16. They will play 16, 17, and 18 in a sudden death format, but it starts on 16. So think about what we just saw and what that may mean if the playoff rolls into hole 16 yet again.
With 2 holes to play, Haley King is just 2 strokes back from getting into that 3rd place spot. So of course our eyes are on who is going to take this tournament down, but we still have several players fighting to get 3rd place. In yesterday's round here on hole 17, Kristen Tatar was able to get the birdie while Katrina got par. Hole 17 is a par 5. You have to hit this narrow fairway off of the tee. We have out of bounds on the right hand side, and then the hole makes its way off to the right. So playing on the left hand side and playing safe is the most less dramatic way to play it, but if you have the big arm here like Ella Hansen, you could put yourself in a good position to now cut the corner and throw over the out of bounds.
You could do what Ella Hansen just did. Incredible approach shot by her. Here we are with Kristen, tee of 17. Val, this looks laced.
Huge distance as well.
Advantage to Tar, putting pressure back on Kat to answer with a great drive of her own.
Those trees and the branches sticking out into the fairway create a little bit of a low ceiling if you keep it on the right hand side. Wind pushing from left to right. Actually sets up great for this backhand drive. But an overstable disc from Katrina finishes on the left.
Brian, how much of an advantage does Kristen Tatar have over the lie that Katrina Allen will be faced with?
It is absolutely advantage Kristen right now. Kat is pinned off to the left side in some thick grass behind a tree. She might have only a forehand from where she's at. And Kristen actually is far enough up here where she can cut the corner and run an eagle.
We're going to look at this drive from Kristen Tatar. Both elements of accuracy and distance. As Brian just told us from out in the field, she could have an opportunity to cut that corner short and go after an eagle. However, she's going to directly react to what Katrina Allen has done with her second or maybe even third shot by that point, depending on where Kat is and the position in which she is to go after this pin herself.
With the scores being so close, You have to imagine that the players are thinking about that kind of chess match. You know, what are you going to do? What is it going to force me to do? For Kristen, she played the safe route yesterday, and that's what I'm expecting to see out of her again today. Playing that left-hand route, keeping it safe. I'm not sure the time is now to push it and make things a little bit riskier.
Val's approach out into the fairway, and maybe a little indicator of what being out of position looks like here on the left side of hole number 17.
If Katrina can lay up short of the out of bounds, she can still go for the pin for there and get a birdie. So she, even though out of position, she can still score the same as Kristen if Kristen doesn't go for the eagle. Look at the footing here, Terry. That's not easy run up.
And all things considered, an excellent shot there by Katrina Allen. And not often do you see Kristen Tatar go to the rangefinder.
Can we get some subtitles?
Kristen lining up a forehand. Now it's just a matter of which disc. If Kristen can walk away with a 4 here, she'll maintain, for sure maintain a lead over Katrina going into the final hole. And we see the whiskers for circle 1. Kristen will be able to just pitch that up next to the basket. I don't see her getting aggressive and going after that putt, although she's surprised us in the past. Kristen Tatar with a great second shot here on 17.
My nerves are ramping up with how low Kristen released that shot. Woo! And knowing it had to carry over the out of bounds. But it still manages to penetrate far enough. And she'll have a look at eagle from there.
Now, Valarie Mondahano. This is her 3rd. And this is tracking right to the pin. Does it have the right distance? And the answer is yes.
Perfect.
Valarie with the metal hit from long range. She will have the tap in. Nice shot. Emily Beach has her game plan. And she seemed to be frustrated with that effort. It was low, so not quite as close to the pin as she drew it up. Here's Kristen. You you just sense the relief maybe that he has, or maybe like others, he's dealing with a little sinus infection, like a number of the competitors dealing with allergies and everything else in the area. Either way, silver lot. Kristen Tatar will charge forward as Katrina Allen now pitches up next to the pin, a little bit short of the bullseye.
I always said you get more nervous when you're the caddy because you have no control and you're living through the emotions that the players are going through. So I feel it, Silver. I'm sure he's feeling nervous on this one too. Kristen Tatar for eagle.
Kristen next to the pin. That is a drop-in birdie. She will go into the 72nd hole of this event, one ahead of Katrina Allen. There it is, nice long-range putt. Emily Beach from circle 2.
With that beautiful putt, she ties it up with Ella Hansen in 3rd place.
And although not quite a tap in, we see Katrina Allen going through the motions, making sure that she remains just one behind this woman, Kristen Tatar, as they head into the final hole. I don't know how much how much more you need if you're not convinced to come out and watch live disc golf on the Disc Golf Network, bringing you guys all of the drama, the action, the early looks at the world's courses that we've provided here this weekend. Jones Supreme, along with the Country Club, changes that have taken place. Here's Ella Hansen trying to close out her 2022 Dynamic Disc Open campaign.
I saw moments ago Paige and Nate Perkins pulled out their phone. They were looking at scores and they actually glanced over to look at back on hole 17 to see if they can get some of that action that we have going on.
This needs to hook up for Paige. Just continues to go straight. It's going to land inbounds. Pierce has only collected 4 pars on her round today. And the very long walk from 17's basket over to the FPO pad here on 18. Kristen Tatar, your leader, by 1 over Katrina Allen.
That is definitely not enough to feel comfortable walking up here on 18. We're bringing the water back into play. There's out of bounds very close on the right-hand side, and even a safe shot throwing up and high on the left can find out of bounds on the left. And of course, an elevated basket never makes putts easy. And that is OB for Haley.
a sea of spectators all moving along. They're going to head up the left side fairway of hole 18. So often we hear Katrina Allen talking about staying in the moment, also not dwelling on anything that's in the past, simply going through everything that she trains for. And Ella Hansen with the long birdie bid, doesn't connect, but a solid performance out here this weekend. Pierce trying to get a win read. Hoping to close out her tournament with a birdie here from circle 2.
All or nothing type of day for Paige Pierce. She drops that in for par. She's going to finish at 1 under. Sitting at +9 for the tournament.
Paige and Haley just 1 stroke apart from each other coming into this hole. And Paige going to have the upper hand here. It looks like a 5th place finish as of right now, depending on what Emily Beach does on the final hole. That is a great round of applause, and here we are, 18th and final hole of regulation, at least. Kristen Tatar up against Katrina Allen. Kristen Tatar had the lead going into the final hole at the major just a couple of weeks ago. She walked away runner-up. Today, she'd like to change the narrative. Tatar is safe, but leaves the door open. Katrina Allen with the most crucial tee shot of the tournament. If she can put this close, she could possibly tie up Kristen Tatar and send it into extra holes. Katrina Allen is on the green, outside of the circle, with an uphill putt. Much better position than what we see from Kristen. However, Kristen will act first. Valarie gets ready to throw. I'm going to quickly throw it out to Brian. Brian, how far is Kristen from the pin?
You know, from where I'm standing, I have a feeling she's going to lay this one up under the basket. I don't think she's going to run the birdie. I think she's going to try to force Katrina to birdie.
Appreciate it, Brian. We have a chess match unfolding here on 18. We're going to take another look. Katrina Allen, at this point, I thought this was just going to simply hook up and nestle right next to the pin. It stalls. It continues straight. Flirts with the OB line, but is deep of the pin. She's in bounds. Uphill. She's going to need the birdie.
All that body language is what I think kept it in bounds at the very end. I love what Brian said. I mean, that's how golf is played. That is the strategy. With Kristen being a little bit out of position, she doesn't need to run it. She can lay it up underneath the pin and ensure that she's getting the par. Put the pressure on Katrina. It's still not going to be an easy putt for her, putting back up to the crowd, uphill, on an elevated basket. It's going to take a lot to get that putt in for the birdie.
Gallery and crowd, everyone surrounding hole number 18 here at the Country Club.
Katrina's disc is actually right behind our baby leaderboard.
And right next to the pin, Kristen Tatar leaving her fate in the hands of Katrina Allen.
If we got the mic close enough, I'm sure we can hear Katrina's heart beating. The adrenaline is flowing. This is the last chance to make anything happen.
And Katrina Allen's effort on 18 comes up short. She will not force the playoff with Kristen Tatar. Kristen Tatar, runner-up at the major 2 weeks ago, dominated at Jonesboro last weekend. Now coming here to Dynamic Disc Open. And Kristen Tatar in a nail-biter is your champion at the Dynamic Disc Open.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your 2022 Dynamic Disc Open champion, Kristen Tatar. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you.
Kristen, a phenomenal victory this week. The first 3 rounds of the tournament, you dealt with incredibly strong wins. Today, with the wind down, you found yourself in a bit of a chess match with Katrina Allen. Talk to us about those momentum swings back and forth.
Yeah, I was really struggling with putting today, and I mean, Katrina played awesome like she always does, so I knew it's going to be a tough round, but I fought hard until the end.
Yeah, in the beginning, you had made a few mistakes with the forehand, which we were not accustomed to seeing, but then hole 10 came and you threw a beautiful flex sidearm and parked it under the basket. Talk to us about that halfway point in the round and how it affected your energy.
Well, I just kept telling myself I just have to keep going. Nothing is over until until the last putt is in, and I mean, it was tough. It was tough, and at times I was like, Jesus, what am I doing? But yeah, I just kept going.
Well, congratulations again on a phenomenal victory. What's next for you?
Heading back home, just a little vacation, and then come back later in summer.
Enjoy.
And Kristen Tatar, your champion, and she says she's going to head back home, just collect a runner-up trophy along with a pair of Elite Series wins before she heads back to Estonia. But Val, wow, what do you make of that with Kristen Tatar, now your champion?
That is why we love the game of disc golf. For these epic finishes, for these hard-fought battles. I mean, absolutely incredible from both of our top competitors, in Katrina Allen and Kristen Tatar, to put on a show like that, to battle through the wind this weekend and to battle through nerves at the very end. But in the end, Kristen Tatar, her consistency through the weekend is what led to the win. She stuck with it, and that's what paid off.
Well,
awesome.
She held off the reigning world champion. We'll see how that script unfolds when we come back in a few months. However, don't go anywhere right now. We're going to have the OTB after show. We're going to break everything down. We're also going to have the OTB shot of the day. We'll be back in a moment.
I'm Katrina Allen, and I'm here with my SP Vortex. We ran a limited number in the SP plastic to commemorate my 6th PDGA Player of the Year. We also incorporated my new logo. The Vortex is a understable fairway driver. Instead of forcing my mids, I like to use this. I like to pop it on some hyzer, let the disc do all the work. Lots of glide, understable, great in the woods, great for easy distance. You can find these at discgolf.com/Katrina.
Tyler Classical Academy has been incredible. These kids are super excited for disc golf.
I didn't learn about disc golf until I was in my mid-20s, but I'm so happy that these kids do, and they're getting the chance to try it out.
So this is a fantastic program and a fantastic opportunity for our school to have professionals come in and take over the PE program for a day and expose these kids to the joys that they can have in just watching a disc fly through the air.
The youth is really going to come in a strong wave to the sport of disc golf.
We are dedicated to the game. Developing technology and providing data that helps you take the next step. Whether it's your next training session, league night, or major. Because we believe the best way to grow the sport is to push the sport. And the best way to do that is together. We're focused on the future to make that happen.
I'm Garrett Girthy. People know me as Double G. I've been making Double G craft jerky since I was 16 years old.
Whether I'm at home or on the road, Double G craft jerky is the snack that I go for.
I've actually found myself eating Double G craft jerky on my long drives to the next tournament.
We all know Double G's got a big arm, but he's also got a big heart. Every bag of Double G jerky that you buy supports children's disc golf and goes to a great cause.
You can find Double G craft jerky at doublegjerky.com.
The crowd was so spectacular today. Just the energy from you all was just amazing.
I love you, Oregon!
Se võid minu juurde tulla, ma usun. Tahad tulla minu juurde? Tule siit. Jah. Thank you.
And Kristen Tatar embracing her daughter. You see Paul Macbeth. I know that Kristen and the rest of the Estonians have actually been traveling with and have been kind of rooming together with the Macbeths. So welcomed here whenever they come to the United States, and they kind of team up in that fashion. And Kristen Tatar is leaving the Dynamic Disc Open as a champion. We'll talk more about her, but first let me talk about the fight that Katrina Allen put up today. 6 birdies to open the round, applying all of the pressure she could.
Yeah, and that's one of the best string of birdies that we've seen throughout this tournament. I mean, what a battle. Katrina knows what it takes to win tournaments like that, and she gave it everything she had to start off the round on fire. It put the pressure on Kristen early, and you can see she was starting to have errors. She was starting to doubt her putting style. I mean, this is one of the lower statistics for putting for Kristen Tatar. In this final round, she was about 58% inside the circle. And that's what pressure does. Even for the best players, you're going to get nervous when your lead starts shrinking as dramatically as it did in the first part of this round.
Well, and shrink it did. As you were just saying, after those 6 holes, Katrina had put together all 6 of them for birdie. Kristen had only picked up 2 of them. So that's how much we saw that 4-stroke lead dissipate. And then they both found struggles on 7 and 8. A little bit even for Katrina on hole number 9. But then it's kind of a chess match, back and forth, back and forth. Katrina certainly taking the advantage. She had all of the momentum in the world as she picked up birdies on 12, 13, and 14. 3 straight holes with 3 strokes gained, and it looked like she was just going to ride this thing home. And then, well, 16, 17, and 18 unfolded.
Yeah, and you can't say Katrina Allen didn't give it everything. I mean, what an incredible battle. I can't help but think of how dramatic the finish is going to be for a world championship. We know the winds aren't going to be as severe as this weekend here in the springtime in the Midwest, but I'm expecting these incredible athletes to fight to the end, especially with the world championship on the line.
Well, and one of the newer faces that we see out here right now is Emily Beach. She finished in a tie for 3rd. So impressive, the performance. She had kind of a slow start to get things going today. I believe she opened with 9 straight pars, but she ended up fighting back at the end. And Emily Beach finishes with 3 birdies in the last 5 holes. So very impressive. You're not arguing about a podium finish here at one of the most competitive events of the year.
And that's for sure. And hunting Emily and hunting down that spot, Paige Pierce, Ella Hansen, I mean, they were right there in the position and shooting really well in this final round. And so I know Emily is going to be leaving this tournament with pride, knowing how well she shot and that she got herself a podium finish against very tough competition.
Well, it looks like we're going to take a look back at what Kristen Tatar had done over these last few rounds. Kristen, so impressive out there. She said it herself. You just have to keep fighting throughout, and she did that today. That was her approach on hole number 2. Hole number 5. Good approach. Then she answers. Yesterday, she threw a great drive. She let the birdie slip past her. Today, another great drive, and this time she capitalizes and walks away with the birdie.
And the statistic that Kristen just inched over Katrina on was fairway hits. That was one of my keys coming into this tournament, is how accurate you can be with those fairway hits and keeping it in bounds, which she barely does on 16.
And then here she was on hole number 17. Needed the low laser, gets it over the OB. From there, she could pitch up. She didn't need the birdie on hole number 18 because Katrina's effort was short. And Kristen Tatar with the slam dunk.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your 2022 Dynamic Disc Open champion, Kristen Tatar.
A little lighter than the bear she hoisted at the Preserve last year, but another Elite Series victory for Kristen Tatar. Val, I know we've continued to talk about this as a Worlds warm-up. What do you feel like you learned most about these two courses or the conditions?
Well, because these courses are huge. I mean, Jones Supreme is a par 67. Then we come out here, and this course is even longer, and it's a par 69. So what I expect these players to try and remember for when they come back to Worlds is, you know, what disc they want to throw, but specifically the landing zones. Because a lot of these holes, they're 2-shot or maybe even 3-shot holes until you see the basket. And so placing your shot in the right position according to your skill set, that is going to be what's the most important to set yourself up for scoring when you come back around.
Well, as you mentioned earlier, we might see lighter winds. The temperatures will definitely be warmer. In fact, it could be twice as hot. With temperatures in the 50s today, it's not crazy to think we could see triple digits when we're back here in August. Let's hope that somehow everything is a little bit more mild and tempered throughout. But something that happened today, very exciting. We've got our Only the Best shot of the day presented to us by OTB. Let's take a look at it now. And Katrina Allen. Applying that pressure. The putt here on hole number 14, the par 5. Just a step or two inbounds from there. And she had her foot on the gas the whole way. It was really just hole 16 was the difference maker out here, and that is not a new story for the country club course. Congrats to Kat on her solid performance. However, your champion, Kristen Tatar, will go back to Estonia with the trophy. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. It's been an incredible 4 days. We've got to thank Brian Earhart out on the course, my co-host, and Valarie Jenkins. Thank you so much. All of our loyal viewers, fans, and subscribers, all the fans out there taking in all of the action. I'm Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. Congrats once again to Kristen Tatar. We'll see you this afternoon as we close out the MPO action here at the 2022 Dynamic Disc Open.